interesting day here, and this broadcast brought to you, as I say, on the CSA YouTube channel, the production courtesy of Pitch Vision, and with me, I'm James King, the Cape Fox. With me today here, the production team, Bandile, Matthew, and Sherry, and we're looking forward to bringing you some exciting cricket this morning as we see the batters making their way out to the crease. Senran Mutasamy on 3 of 31 balls and Reynard van Tonder on 18 of 44 overnight. In this match, the Dragons on 132 for the loss of 4, and they have a lead of 23 in the second innings after they were bowled out in the first innings for 236, and then in reply, Western Province getting 345 contributions in the first innings by Michael Pretorius and by Mikael Prince, saving their team from 86 for 7 to get them to that respectable total. And it was outstanding stuff from Pretorius, 83 to say off 79 deliveries, Prince 64 off 141 balls, and he was outstanding in that particular innings. And they continued that performance in the bowling attack. Pretorius in the bowling attack, ripping the heart out of the Western Province top and middle order to have them reeling at one stage on a total of 178 for 6 before Simmons and Linda put on a partnership of 95. Then Linda and Hendricks put on 64 for the 8th wicket, and so very similar innings in both instances from both teams. Eventually Linda out for 88 and Simmons got 52. There were contributions up the order in a very good 112 run partnership by Valley and Beddingham, which had set the scene for Western Province, must be said, to get a very good first innings total, and 148 for 2 overnight they were at the end of the first day. But then collapsing to 178 for 6 after a brilliant bowling display by Michael Pretorius, 6 for 78 the fast bowler took, and Mikael Prince equaling the franchise first-class record for 7 catches in an innings, or 7 dismissals in an innings, as it's going to be. Wesley Badger towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. First up this morning, the debutant for Western Province, Wesley Badger, and he is bowling his 7th over. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 25 so far, and the key wicket takers for Western Province so far in the second innings, Onka and Yaku has taken 2 for 10 off his 6 overs so far. Carl Simmons 8 overs, 1 for 8, and Buren Hendricks 8 overs, 1 for 32. Badger in again towards us now. That's a good delivery, but well defended by Van Tonder. And give you the update from what's happening around the country. And the match in Durban is delayed. There's a delayed start, as well as the match in Pietermaritzburg and the match in Centurion expecting to get underway shortly. So we try and keep you updated on those matters as and when we can during the course of the day. And thank you so much for joining us. He got him! Oh, he's up first! First wicket for Wesley Badger in first-class cricket. And my word, what an important wicket that is for Western Province. First up this morning, he entices Reynard van Tonder to go for the shot, and he can only play it to the man at square leg. And that is the second ball of the morning. A third ball of the morning. He's been caught by Simmons at square leg. What a turn up for the books that is this morning, first thing. And so Van Tonder goes, caught well and easily by Simmons, it must be said, at that square leg position. That's the last thing that they wanted here. The Dragons first up this morning, as they were looking to consolidate, and it is now Ruan de Swart who's going to come in for them. That really wasn't necessarily, it was probably there to be hit. It was short delivery, but he didn't quite get hold of it, and all he was able to do was find the safe hands of Kyle Simmons there at that square leg position, just went straight in to the bread basket in front of the case, in front of his chest there. He took it, arms aloft, Australian style, and that's exactly how you need to take a catch like that. It wasn't a difficult catch to take, but really that has now put the cat amongst the pigeons for this Northwest Dragons team. Exactly what Western Province would have wanted, exactly what the Dragons didn't want this morning. When Tonda, he has to go 18, he scored off 47 deliveries, and very disappointing end to his innings. First up this morning, and what joy for Wesley Badger, who has taken his first wicket in first-class cricket. Must say this spell from him yesterday far better than his return in the first innings. I think very nervous, presumably the first innings. He did get a lot of punishment from Vion Liver, and then Michael Pretorius, 7 not for 41. He's in his seventh over now, and he's got 1 for 25. He's towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end. That's short again. This time it's played very well by De Swart, and to the left of Eddie Moore at mid-wicket, goes down to the Oaks for 4. So exciting first over, first up today, as Ruan De Swart gets himself off the mark. First delivery, dispatching that short delivery from Wesley Badger. Wow, what a start we have here. Just giving you information about what was happening in the other games. The Tuskers Rocks game has also been delayed there, and I'll try and give you information about that as well as and when I have it. It's also very nicely played down the ground, but nothing to report from that. Badger coming over the wicket from the Kelvin Grove end. I think we're going to see spin from this end. Yesterday evening, it was Carl Simmons who was getting a significant amount of turn. Not as much wind today as there was yesterday afternoon, but he will expect to get the same amount of turn, no doubt. Digs that one out. Good delivery from Badger. And so a successful over comes to its end. And Wesley Badger, he will remember that over and remember that wicket. In, I should think, always your first class wicket is something that you will never, ever forget. And the young man drafted into the team after Dane Patterson just experienced a slight hamstring niggle before the match started on Thursday morning. Nothing too much to worry about. I'm assured his spell from the Weinberg end of the ground. And I'm expecting to see there probably will be some turn on offer for him here from the Weinberg end. And effectively now, 27 for the loss of 5 are the Dragons. And just nicely floated up first thing, and Mutusami is playing that ball into the leg side to Eddie Moore. So for the left-handed Mutusami, there is a 4-5 offside leg side field. Oh, and they both missed that. The wicket keeper and the batter is going to go down to the boundary for 4 byes. That's the 12th bye that we've had in the innings. And Daniel Smith be a bit upset with that. It certainly did pitch and bounce quite significantly, but just the line from Simmons taking it down the leg side. Has been a disciplined bowling performance once again from Western Province. Just the 1 wide and the 1 no ball so far. No balls and no wides in the first innings. So that takes the total to 140, lead by 31. Simmons once again. And go through that field after this delivery, and he's stopping Simmons once again, which is something just pulling out there. So on the leg side, we've got a short leg man at 45, short fine leg. There's a mid wicket, deep square, and a mid on. That's just tucked the man at that short, fine leg position on the offside. Got a slip, backward point, extra cover, and a mid off. It's just a regulation field attacking. This morning, first thing, Mujasami 3 off 30 odd deliveries now. And that's tucked again to the man at 45. There is no run. That is Yassine Valley in that position there that he normally occupies. Got Tonka Yaku at slip. We've got Valentine Katime at that short leg position. Katime, who took a fantastic catch to get Ziva and Wepe yesterday. Good delivery from Simmons this time. Nothing that Mujasami can do except come forward and defend. Getting a little bit of turn. There's a patch of rough outside that off stump, but it's a little bit too full perhaps to extract anything normal. He comes forward and just bat and pad out onto the offside. It's a good first over from Simmons. In fact, it's a maiden. So 9 overs, 1 for 8 for Kyle Simmons. Still 96 overs left in the day, and this match at the moment very far advanced, probably further advanced than a number of the other matches that are taking place across the country. I'll try and give you some of those updates as and when we can get them. I'll try and get them up here on my auxiliary screen so I can see if I can have a look at the scores for you, but no play yet in Durban or I believe in Pietermaritzburg. We will have a look and see what we can see at what's happening in Centurion, where the Warriors overnight were sitting on a total of 192 for 2, and it was Jibashen Pillay not out on 108, Diego Rosier on 7 not out, and have a look now and see how that match is progressing for you. Bowled by Beja. Nothing too much to report from there. There's still no play in the match in Durban. That's a nice delivery outside the line of off stump and coming around the wicket now to De Swart after he was punished off the first delivery that De Swart faced. Just a reminder that the match here was 132 for 4 overnight, and in the first over, in fact the third ball of the first over, without a run being added to the score, it was Reynard Fantonda who pulled the ball from Wesley Beja straight to Carl Simmons at square leg, and Fantonda out for 18. It's in the air, but it's well played, in fact, into the ground, down to the boundary in front of the railway stand for yet another 4. This time to Ruan De Swart, and he's dealing in boundaries at the moment. De Swart goes to 8, and it's 144 for the loss of 5. Apologies for that slight break in transmission, just getting commentary. We're just trying to get something organized here to ensure that we can bring you this match as best as we possibly can with the connection. And it is 209 for 2, but that's now 213 for 2 in that match in Centurion. Still no play in Durban, and the end of the over here. Page's over coming to an end. He's bowled 8 overs, a 1 for 33, just the one boundary yet again off Ruan de Swart's bat there. And we'll try and get you an update now from the match taking place in Pietermaritzburg. So Carl Simmons to continue to Senaran Muchasamy, the lead 35 now for the Dragons. Just the 12 runs added this morning. And he's going to take the single down to the man deep at mid-on, sorry, that's George Linder, as it's just parried by Kyle Simmons. So we are going to give you an update from the match that's taking place in Pietermaritzburg. And also no play there in the match so far in Maritzburg. I see the Super Sopper is out there doing its thing. No need for a Super Sopper here in Cape Town, as we have plenty of bright sunshine, and Carl Simmons is bowling in that bright sunshine. Just tucked into the hands of Valentine Kitime at short leg position. Very good to have you with us this morning. Please, if you do have a comment that you would want to make, a carbon copy of the previous delivery there. Swart, sorry, it's on strike, not Muchasamy now. Swart facing up to Simmons this over for the first time. Muchasamy having got a single to take his score to 4, his first run of the morning so far. And that's once again into the Swart. And he's getting a little bit of purchase off the surface, but let's take a couple of overs for the off spinner, this left arm orthodox spin, finger spin of Carl Simmons. Been a great servant of Western Province cricket over the past number of seasons. Player of the season 2 seasons ago, when his performances were outstanding in the 4-day competition, and he normally is in competition for his space. So with George Linder and this match, both of them playing. So certainly lots of options for captain Bjorn Hendricks. Bjorn Hendricks captaining the side in place of Kyle Verena, who earned a very well-deserved call-up to the South African squad for the ODI and Test series against India. And that ODI series, just a reminder, getting underway tomorrow. Today, there's also some cricket happening around the world, and there will be a one-day international taking place today between the South African women and Bangladesh. Or as I am aware, I'm going to get that information for you now. And that is in East London today at Buffalo Park, starting at 2 p.m. Captains Laura Wolfart and it's a good delivery from Beja. Just squares Mutasami up and squeezes out into the offside. So he's got a slip, a gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover, shortish, and a mid-off on the offside. And then he's got that standard mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg on the leg side. So Nigaz Sultana Jyoti, captain of Bangladesh, and Laura Wolfart setting the scene yesterday in the press conference for what promises to be an outstanding series. We have for South Africa got back some of the stalwarts. That's a good delivery again, just driven nicely by Muchasamy. Good cricket there, and it's fielded at mid-off by, I think that is Yassine Valley. Is it the captain? Let's see who that is there. It is Yassine Valley shining the ball. I think it is indeed. So we have captain is at extra cover, and that is the captain now, Björn Hendricks, who's in action at extra cover, and that's just Matthew giving a view there of the captain fielding that one. We've got Carl Simmons at cover. We've got Valentine Katime at backward point. Onken Yaku at fourth slip. George Linder at first slip. And down here on the boundary at long leg, Mtiwa Kainabe. Eddie Moore at mid wicket. And David Bedingham at mid on. That's Wesley Bedger, fourth ball of his ninth over. That's played to the left of Moore. He's not going to be able to get to that one. One feels he's going to give it up now as it goes into the Oaks, just on the legs of Mutasamy. He's not going to miss out. And the lead now goes to 149 it is now for the Dragons. 40 for 5 effectively, as they are 149 for 5. And it is the wicket this morning of Reynard van Tonde in the first over of the day, caught by Simmons at square leg of the very same Wesley Bedger. Bedger's first wicket in first-class cricket. Oh, that's a beauty. It's an absolute beauty, and he did that to the left-handers on the first morning. Maybe not such exaggerated movement away from Mutasamy this time, but it certainly went away from the left-hander, and that's exactly where he wants to be bowling. That was a really, really good delivery from the young man, and you can feel very happy with his performance in this second innings so far. It's been very, very good from the young fast bowler. A little bit too straight this time, and that is the end of the over. His third of the morning from Wesley Bedger, and that may well be what he is. He's going to be bowling, I think, his fast bowlers in short spurts, maybe one more over for Bedger, I'm not sure. Captain Hendricks, you can see there, having a bit of a chat to his fast bowler as he walks back to his position. And will be Simmons to continue. Bedger will take up his residence at the deep cover boundary. And Ruan de Swat going to be on strike to Simmons. So a deep square leg boundary, not deep cover boundary, deep square leg boundary. Of course, left-handed Ruan de Swat. Apologies for that. Then we've got the 4-5 offside leg side field. And very much the same as it was last over. That's beautifully played. I think Björn Hendricks is not going to cut that off, or will he? No, he doesn't quite get there. That's very nicely played through the extra cover region, wide of the man extra cover, and goes down to the boundary for 4. So that's the 150 for the Dragons. 150 coming off 333 balls in the 55th over, and 153 for 153 it is for the loss of 5, 55.1 overs, and it's taken exactly 22 overs to get that. Another one down the leg side from Simmons, and Smith misses it again. It's gone down for another 4 byes, and this is now not what Western Province wants. They don't want to be leaking runs down that leg side. Smith just not picking up the flight and covering that one. That's now at least the third time that's happened of Simmons' bowling, and he'll be very, very disappointed with that. Both the bowler and the wicketkeeper, Daniel Smith giving the teapot there, both hands on his hips, and it is pitching, bouncing, and turning from a particular spot outside that off stump. So Swart is trading in boundaries, and the byes are also trading in boundaries. 16 byes so far, and virtually all of them have gone to that region behind the wicketkeeper. 3 of them at least of Simmons down the leg side 2 this morning. And we're going to keep an eye on what is happening with the delivery here. That's much better from Simmons. And he wants to keep it outside that off stump, just turning in to the batter, de Swart. Into the body. It's going to go straight to Eddie Moore, is it? There at the mid wicket, indeed, Eddie Moore. So we've got a man at 45, short leg, short mid wicket, deep square, mid on the leg side, waiting for something that maybe just popped up. Oh, that is just to the left hand of Valentine Katime. Was in the air for a little while, but no catch, not even a chance given by de Swart. He's on 12, Mutasami on 8. It's 157, the loss of 5. Dragons lead by 48, effectively 48 for 5. Story of the morning so far, starting at 132 for 4. They lost the wicket of Reynard Fontaine in the first over, caught by Carl Simmons at square leg off the bowling of Wesley Badger, going for a pull shot, just not getting hold of it at all. It went straight to Simmons, a very simple catch, and cock a hoop. Wesley Badger's first wicket in first class cricket, and a wicket first up for Western Province without addition to the overnight score. And this Dragons team now looking to consolidate their position with Mutasami and de Swart, who will need to do a job here for their team. Still some batting to come. It's the first action for Mtiwakai Nabe this morning. That one just tickled down to him at a long leg and tosses it in. Nabe, the destroyer in chief in the first innings of the Dragons, 5 for 46, his best ever figures in first class cricket, improving on his 5 for 60 is the previous best, and really was a very good bowling performance from him. He got the very important wicket of this man Mutusami and virtually decimated the middle order. It's Badger in this time to the spot. He just plays it straight through to Hendricks at extra cover, slip, and a fourth slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, shortish, mid off, mid on, deep square leg, forward of square, and then a long leg for Badger. This may well be the last over in this spell. This is fourth over, perhaps one more after this, as I think Bjorn Hendricks will look to rotate his quicks from the Kelvin Grove end, and Carl Simmons and George Linder likely to bowl a lot from this the Wynberg end today. It's nicely bowled outside the off stump, just straightening again on the left-hander. That's his stock delivery, the one that moves away from the left-hander. It's quite appreciable movement bowling around the wicket off that seam. Got a very good seam position, Wesley Badger, and good to see the young man in action, a product of Greenpoint Cricket Club, and drafted into the team, as I mentioned earlier on, just in place of Dane Patterson. Patterson just experiencing a slight hamstring niggle in before play. That's just stopped nicely by Badger on his follow through, and it's cleaned up behind by Yassine Valley. So there is cricket going on elsewhere in the world, and as we said, also cricket happening here in South Africa later. The first one-day international between South Africa women and Bangladesh women. He got him! He's taken his second wicket, and that is de Swart on his way. That is a fantastic breakthrough, the one that just straightened and kissed the edge, and a very good catch by Daniel Smith at the wicket there, and it's 6 wicket falls for the Dragons. It's de Swart gone for 12, 3 boundaries there in that 12. He faced 24 balls, and that is a crucial wicket, and you can tell by the response from this Western Province team. They are cock-a-hoop this morning. Wesley Badger getting that wicket. Daniel Smith taking a very good catch down to his left-hand side and just straightening him up, and he certainly was squared up there took the outside edge of the ball that, as I mentioned to you earlier on, just straightened outside the off stump, and a very, very good catch by the wicket keeper, as it is a Mikael Prince, a hero of the first innings and a 7-catch hero for the Dragons in the Western Province innings, who comes to the crease on the back of a very good 64. Is the equal highest score in first class cricket, only having made his first class debut this year, and he has scored 186 runs so far in his 4 matches, 7 innings. This will be his 7th innings, and he's got 250 so far, both of them ending on 64. He'll be looking for a similar return in this particular innings, most definitely, and a good catch once again by Western Province. Only 1 catch going down, and that actually did not prove to be that expensive. It was Onkanyaku who dropped the dangerous the captain Vian Libber when he was also on 0, dropped at square leg. Sorry, dropped. Yeah, it was at square leg. He dropped him, and as he was playing in the air, and it was a catch quite high above his head. He juggled with it for a while, it went down, but it wasn't expensive as in the next over. In fact, it was Libber that played the ball very hard to Eddie Moore's right hand side and below in what was a shot off Simmons that he hit incredibly hard, and Moore took an excellent catch. So it's Prince facing Bedjan. He's not going to have anything to do with that one outside the line of the off stump. So this is the end of the over, and it is now 158 for the loss of 6. They lead by 49, and basically 6 wickets down. So that is a great breakthrough. 2 breakthroughs for Wesley Bedja this morning, and a very good choice by captain Björn Hendricks to bring the young man on to bowl very important wickets of Reynard van Tonder and Ruan de Swart, both players who were playing for the SAA team against the West Indies A earlier on this season, and has been a very good spell from that Kelvin Grove end by Wesley Bedja this morning. Western Province, this is exactly what they would have hoped for this morning. Not too many runs added, and 2 wickets of 2 very dangerous batters already in the hut, and that's played by Mutusami out into the leg side, and they just go through for the single. Furufan Nabe coming around. That's going to be a bit of a change for the right-handed Prince. So we've had quite a few left-handers in at bat, and now it is the right-handed Prince. So we have the left-hand combination of Deswat and Mutusami, and now it is going to be an extra, cover point on the edge of the square, short extra cover and a mid-off. Oh, that's a good delivery. That could so easily have just popped up and taken that edge. Fielded by Katime at second slip. That's the one that's dangerous. That's where Grant McQuena yesterday was really struggling against Carl Simmons. And it must be said that, oh, beauty, past the outside edge of Prince's bat. And just not getting the edge there. And Björn Hendricks is coming across to his fast bowler. His spin bowler. And he is talking to him. He's saying, don't you want a man in there at silly point just for that edge? Can you get for that ball that is going to just pop up? And he's going to go into second slip, I think. And he's going to bring Katime into the silly point position. So exactly as anticipated. In fact, it's almost like a silly mid-off position. So 2 slips now and a silly mid-off to the new batsman. I like this attitude from Hendricks. He knows he's got the team on the ropes. 159 for 6. Only lead by 50. And that's into Prince. He goes back. He wants to negate the back pad that could go to Katime. So he's got a 7-2 offside leg side field now. Has Simmons. Oh my goodness, has a full go at that one. Valentine Katime at Selimidov seeing his whole life flash before him as that one was attempted slash away by Mikhail Prince. The lead is 50, but they are 6 down. The Dragons, having lost 2 wickets this morning, Reina Fantonda and Ruan Deswat. And thank you to those of you that are watching on the YouTube channel. It's really good to have you with us, and we look forward to you engaging with us if you want to during the course of the day. And we will give you updates as and when we can from around the country. Still no play in Durban, and we're going to check there in Maritzburg for you. And also at this stage, no play in Maritzburg. The Super Sopper still doing its work there. The outfield is too wet for them to start play there. And Beja started play with a bang here, and another one outside the off stump. And Muttasamy has a full go at that. Does not get the edge. And we go up to now to Centurion, where it is the 2 wickets have gone down there in the match between the Titans and the Warriors, and it's both the batters who overnight batters, both Divishan Pillay and Diego Rosier that are out. So at the crease at the moment, Sinatemba, Aishile and Rudy second, and 220 for 4. Still trailing by 163 there are now 162 that they're trailing by. So we'll have a look and see on the scorecard shortly what's happened there. Back here, nothing more to report. Beja into his 5th over of the morning. He's taken 2 for 38, and the spell this morning from Wesley Beja was 6 overs, 0 for 25 overnight. So it has been so far 4.2 overs, 2 for 13 for him this morning. And those are wickets he will remember for a long, long time. His first in first-class cricket. It's a beautiful day here at Newlands. If you do have family or friends who live in Cape Town and like to come down to Newlands, entry free here at Newlands, and there is plenty of space under the oaks. Beautiful weather today to watch cricket. Nicely driven, that's well fielded by Hendricks at extra cover. 159 for the loss of 6. A reminder that there was a lead of 109 on the first innings for Western Province, which means they lead only by 50, the Dragons, and only in the batting stakes, really only Michael Pretorius to come in at number 9. But my goodness, what an impact he made in the first innings. Michael Prince will be looking to also repeat his performance in the first innings. That's too short from Beja. He can't bowl there. It's just going to sit up, and it's treated with the disdain that delivery deserved by Muttasamy, and played to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 down there to the North Pavilion. And yet another boundary to the Dragons this morning. 163 for the loss of 6. It is. Beja coming in now from the Kelvin Grove end. It's much better delivery outside the line of the off stump. And the end of the over is 59 gone. It's 163 for the loss of 6. And 2 wickets have fallen this morning. If you have just joined us, that of Reynard Fantonde in the first over. 3 balls into the first over of the morning was caught at square leg by Kyle Simmons. and regulation catch, and was by the man who's now bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. Good delivery, and just lunging forward is Mikhail Prince. Prince, who is yet to get off the mark, scored 64 in the first innings. Instrumental in that partnership with Pretorius of 124 for the 8th wicket, which came. He actually was involved in a number of partnerships. Down the order was Mikhail Prince, and certainly was the mainstay or the sheet anchor of this Northwest innings. Was 64, while Pretorius blazed away at the other end, scoring 83 off 79. Good delivery again from Simmons, getting through his work quickly here. 59.3 overs bowled. He has good delivery. That's exactly the length he wants to be bowling. Mutasami has to come forward to that. He can't go back. He can't really afford to go back. The turn is looking reasonably significant here for Kyle Simmons, getting good degree of turn. Can't tell you whether it's 2, 3, or 4 degrees like they do on the television. That's up in the air. That's over the head of Bjorn Hendricks, and it's gone all the way over the boundary here in front of us for 6, and that's what we might have expected Mutasami to do. And that is a very good shot from Mutasami, and that is the 3rd maximum of the innings here. Grant McQuinn having hit 2 sixes earlier on in the piece, both off the faster bowlers. That's an excellent shot from Mutasami. He's immediately meant that Simmons has dragged his line, or sorry, his length a little bit shorter, and he comes forward to that one, just plays it straight down to Linda at mid-on. 6 there off that, 7 of that over, 170 for the loss of 6. Lead now by 61 with 6 wickets down. Western Province now the captain Bjorn Hendricks coming on to bowl. Wesley Becher finishing that spell is that he bowled this morning. He bowled 5 overs and took 2 wickets for 16 runs. Outstanding bowling from him. And the captain Hendricks coming on to see if he can effect another breakthrough against Mikhail Prince and Senaran Mutasami. Mutasami on 20, Prince on 1. And these two came together with a score of 158 with the loss of Ruan de Swart's wicket. De Swart caught behind well by Smith, diving to his left, and the ball dying on him as he took that one-handed in his left hand. And really was an excellent catch to get rid of Ruan de Swart. And Hendricks just says, welcome to the crease, Mikhail. Mikhail Prince, the man who hails from this area, from Cape Town, part of the under-19 setup for Western Province in the last year or two, getting his chance to play first-class cricket for the Northwest, and my goodness, he's taken that chance with both hands. He played a brilliant innings earlier on in the season in the One Day Cup. I think it was 160-odd to such an unlikely victory for Northwest in a huge chase that they had. Very good delivery over the off stump, left alone on height. But did actually leave very well, particularly on length. 141 deliveries for that 64 that he scored. They really would love him to score another 64 now. Ball is turning on the surface. Mikhail Pretorius has been bowling outstandingly well. So anything over 150, they'll feel they're still in the game, I would think, from a target point of view. Western Province will want to get these last 4 wickets as quickly as possible. They know on this surface 1 wicket can lead to another. They can build a partnership. It's sometimes very difficult to break it. And so they'll be looking here for the Western Province to dismiss one or both of these batters as quickly as possible. tucked straight to the man at square leg, forward of square. That's Beja. So nobody out on the boundary except for the man at long leg. We've got a third slip and a gully, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a man at long leg. This is a more conventional 5-4 offside leg side field, trying to defend runs as well as take wickets. There's quite a big gap between first and, well, there's no first slip between the wicketkeeper and third slip. And, with the angle that Hendricks is bowling left arm over the wicket to Prince, does mean that the ball, if it does get the edge, may well go into that sort of second to third slip region where George Linder is standing. Linder, who's 88 in the first innings for Western Province, together with Simmons's 52, were able to take them to that total of 345. That lead, that 109 lead, proving to be decisive probably in this match. We look at the scorecard at the moment. I think that was more in hope than in judgment. It was a big shout, but not as convincing as they would have hoped it to be. I think coming over the wicket, though, you do have the opportunity, but the ball is angling across the left-hander, and umpire Philip Fosler just saying to Bjorn Hendricks that was going to be angling away down the offside. It's something Prince to think about, and there certainly will be more for Mutasami to think about now as he faces up to the bowling of Kyle Simmons, who's been getting a nice turn and bounce. Just to give you information from the other matches taking place around the world, the test match between the Indian women and the English women taking place in India at the DY Patel ground is over. That is a win, massive win for India there by 347 runs. Deepti Sharma, player of the match, took 3 wickets in the second innings, as England were bowled out for 131 today. India declaring on their overnight 186 for 6. That's just tucked down to the man at long on is George Linder, and it will be Prince who's going to be taking up his guard now. This is going to be a very interesting contest. One feels that Simmons could well have the last word here in this situation against the right-hander. Going to keep a very close eye on what's happening here with these deliveries, and that's just played backward of square on the leg side. Beddingham does the fielding from 45 as a 7-2 offside leg side field. Now he's going to want to be pitching it on or around middle and off stump and straightening or turning away from the right-hander on 2 wide to get him to play. He needs him to be able to play that ball, to be lunging forward perhaps, and being able to play that delivery outside the off stump. In now is Simmons. Oh my word, that one pitches and just turns appreciably, and it also keeps low and goes through underneath the hands of Daniel Smith down for buys. Once again, this time just the 2 buys that they have there. And producer Bandila might have heard some of that. Blazed away for his 31 in the first innings, 7 fours in that 31. Oh, another beauty. Absolute beauty. That one exactly where he wanted it. Mikael Prince is really struggling here against Carl Simmons. He's beaten the bat a number of times. Prince still on 1, which is only 21. And we've had nearly 50 minutes of play here this morning. And Western Province in the ascendancy. The lead has gone from 23 to 64. And it is 173 for the loss of 6. 2 wickets falling this morning. Raina Fantonda and Ruan Deswat. 6-3 offside, leg side field. He's got a slip, most of the second slip, and he's got a gully backward point, slightly backward point, and the man at cover, extra cover, and mid off. So mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. Hendricks into his 10th over, his second of the morning. Good delivery from Hendricks, getting his radar right and now. And just the test match in Perth. It is Pakistan who collapsed this morning overnight. So they were doing quite well, only 2 down, and they bowled out for 271. And Australia taking a lead there of 116 into the second innings, where they're 37 for 2. Warner out for a duck after his 164 in the first innings, and Marnus Labuschagne out for 2. 37 for 2, they lead by 253, going into the third day there at Perth in session 3 of the third day. Big shout in the previous over against Mikhail Prince, that one thudding into the pads of Mutusami. Not easy out there from a batting point of view. Runs are not easy to come by at the moment. This match was set up really by some very fast scoring in the first and second innings. First innings from the Dragons, and then the Western Province first innings, both batting at close to 5 and over. And this innings now 2.8 runs per over achieved so far. Angle to Katime, backward point. So that is the news from around the world. And as I said to you this afternoon, 2 o'clock start. There is the first one-day international between South African women and the Bangladesh women. And got a new look South African ODI team playing on our shores for the first time in the T20 and ODI formats since that wonderful performance at the T20 Women's World Cup earlier on this year, and was sharing the T20 series with Bangladesh, and then now into the ODI series, which is very important for the points leading into the next World Cup. And really good to have you all with us here this morning. I'm James King, Cape Fox, and this is the CSA YouTube channel you're watching on. Another good delivery from Hendricks. And the end of the over from Hendricks is 173 for 6. Lead is 64. And so far this morning, there's been the addition of 51 runs by Northwest, 51 runs, and they have lost 2 wickets. So was first man to go was Ruan Swart, so not 51 runs, 41 runs. And the first man to go, Ruan Swart, listen to me, Reynard van Tonder, caught by Simmons at square leg, and then Ruan Swart, who was caught by Daniel Smith off the bowling, both off the bowling of Wesley Badger, his first 2 wickets in first class cricket, opening the bowling from the Kelvin Grove end this morning. Oh, he's bowled him! He's bowled him! Up the inside edge, and it takes the stumps, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Another breakthrough for Western Province. Carl Simmons gets the wicket, and you must say it looks like it was coming. Mikhail Prince is going to walk dejectedly back to the pavilion. I think you can't actually get him off with a bulldozer, or he's just walking so slowly back to his position in the change room now will be, and that is a very, very good result for Western Province. Outside the off stump, it was floated up. He had a full go at it outside the off stump. A bleak bat, got the inside edge, and that's the end of Mikhail Prince. He scored 1 and off, I think it was 20. He was there for 25 minutes. and not sure how many balls will get the amount of balls there for you shortly in terms of how much he did actually score. As it is, Mikhail Pretorius, first innings hero, comes to the crease. 53 matches, 67 innings, 1,561 runs at a very good average of 28.4 for a man coming in at number 9, 950s and 100. And this is going to be a fascinating contest between him and Kyle Simmons at score of 109 out earlier on this season in Potchefstroom against the Warriors. And it is the end of Prince, and he really was struggling today against the spin of Kyle Simmons. You just felt it was perhaps a matter of time before he did go for the shot, or at least was trying to go for the shot to release the shackles there, and exactly what Western Province were looking for. As that wicket falls off the first ball of the 64th over, Simmons taking his second wicket, 2 for 22 now of 14.1 overs, and Western Province certainly well in the ascendancy here. Mikael Prince is made his way back to the pavilion. Going to be Simmons to continue this time to Pretorius, and they've kept that attacking field in, unsurprisingly, for Mikhail Pretorius. He played that one forcibly down to George Linder at mid-off, but there is, because it's played so firmly, there is no opportunity for a run. Played very hard to the left of Linder, and he moves quickly and goes down hard, and that was very good fielding and crisply hit by Pretorius. He really does hit the ball hard. Outstanding stuff there from the paceman of the Northwest. Brilliant innings in that first innings. Really was fantastic innings that he played. More conventional backward point. It's 173 for the loss of 7, 74, sorry, for the loss of 7 here. And that's... He got him! Mutusami's given out by umpire Tom Mokorossi, and another one falls. And he looks very disappointed with that decision, does Mutusami. He's standing there, but he has to make his way as well. And that's 2 in the over for... That's 2 in the over for Simmons, and that is now looking really, really bad for Northwest. That is Mutusami gone, caught by Onkonyaku at slip, and he's bowled by Simmons, 21 of 65 balls, and that 2 fours and that 1 mighty 6, and he went for the reverse sweep, and umpire Tom Mokorossi judging that he did get something on it. I think it then did perhaps deflect off Smith up into the air, and is caught by the wicket keeper, by the first slip, Onkonyaku, and it is 174 for the loss of 8 now, as it is going to be Kerwin Mungrew who comes to the crease. Western Province have taken 4 wickets this morning for the addition of only 42 runs for the Dragons. Dragons are in all sorts of trouble here. They only lead by 65 runs is the lead, and still plenty of time left in this match. I mean, we're only on the morning of day 3 of the match. It's progressed incredibly quickly, and even more so this morning with these 4 wickets in the first hour of play. And will be still got just over 5 minutes to drink here, as Simmons now taken 3 for 23. That wicket coming off the 5th delivery of his 15th over and the 64th of the innings. Simmons getting just reward for what has been an outstanding spell of bowling by him in the match. 8 overs, 1 for 8 overnight, and now he has bowled another is it now nearly 7 overs this morning and has taken 2 for 15. So Muchasamy sent on his way by umpire Tom Mokorossi. Western Province sensing victory now. Kerwin Mungroo is in at the crease. They've now got a ring of fielders around Mungroo. Simmons getting significant turn and bounce. Mungroo will want to hang around for a while. He did that in the first innings with Prince. He needs to stay there with Pretorius. Oh, and that's a beauty. Beauty from Simmons. He has his man lunging forward and not able to get contact with that. But Muchasamy caught by Nyaku off the bowling of Simmons in that over. And it is Western Province well on top here and wanting to, no doubt, wrap this game up as quickly as possible. So news about the India tour. So there is some news coming in around the fact that Mohammad Shami is not going to be available for the Test series against South Africa. So quite a big blow in for the fast bowling armory of the Indian team there for the Test match series. There was a question mark about his fitness. It remains in India now, where the rest of the squad has travelled. A bit more about that now. Very nicely angled by Pretorius. He's not going to take the run and expose Mungroo as early in the over. It's down to the man at deep cover. That's David Bedingham. And this is good tactics from Western Province. They don't want to give anything away now. The lead is 66 and they're 8 wickets down. So they've lost 4 wickets this morning. Those 4 wickets to fall: Pantonda, De Swart, Prince, and Mutasamy. 2 to Bedger, 2 to Simmons. As Hendricks looking for his first wicket of the morning. Oh, he nearly gets it there. That is off the inside edge down to Nabe at fine leg. And they don't take the run yet again. So Pretorius is trying to farm the strike, wisely so. Want to bat for as long as possible. I feel that the ball's there to be hit in the right region. He will hit it. But it is, and the field is widespread mostly. And they're not attacking him from this end. They want to perhaps give him the run so they can face up to have Mungroo facing. And they certainly don't want to give him anything here that he can hit if possible. They want to get Mungroo on strike as much as possible. Beautifully played, but it's going to be fielded well by Bedingham in front of the North Pavilion. And they will not again take the single. And how long is he going to wait to play and take the run here? Pretorius, he's on 1. Mungroo yet to get off the mark. 2 wickets fell in quick succession in the previous over from Simmons. And Linda just coming to chat to his captain. So the 8 down, the Dragons, their lead is 65. Western Province here eyeing a victory which would take them significantly up the table. Would go ahead of the Dragons and ahead of the Warriors at this stage, with those matches still to be completed. The Warriors, last we heard, 4 down, and now against the Titans in Centurion, who lost both overnight batters. Hendricks to Pretorius. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's the inside edge onto the pad. Down to Nyaku at 4th slip. So Shreyas Iyer is also for the India tour. Is going to be playing in the first ODI, but is then going to be moving to the Test squad. He's taking the place of Ajinkya Rahane in the Test squad. Will definitely bat in the middle order, Shreyas Iyer. takes him on, and that's going to be the single that he takes down to Simmons at deep square. Means that Mungru will have only one ball to face in this over from Buren Hendricks, and no doubt he'll be dead set on defending this. Taking his guard now from umpire Philip Fossler, and he's taken a center, looks like a middle guard or two-leg guard. Two-leg is between middle and leg stump. And Western Province really could not have hoped for a better first hour and 5 minutes today. Drinks are about to be taken. I think after this delivery, drinks will be taken. Bringing in, excuse me, bringing in another slip into position here. It's going to be Carl Simmons coming in at a sort of third slip position. That's a brute of a delivery from Buren Hendricks, and just left alone by Mungru. Drops his hands very nicely, and it'll be Miguel Pretorius facing up to Carl Simmons, the first delivery of the next over. It doesn't look like they are going to take drinks here. They are going to take drinks. The ball given to the umpire. I'm also going to try and wet my whistle here, and so I don't croak at you for the next hour or so of play. 66 the lead, 175 for the loss of 8. And well, I think we'll ask Matthew to show you that scoreboard, maybe. See, we've got the that is drinks here, and from me for the moment, going to be a few minutes break here, and I will say goodbye. So welcome back after drinks. We just missed one ball, and it is Michael Pretorius deciding that he will take the run, uh, exposing Kerwin Mungru now to the spin of Kyle Simmons, and hoping that Mungru will be able to defend or be able to see off Simmons in this over. And presumably during the drinks break, the instructions that came out from the dressing room: take the runs that you can, just get runs on the board wherever you can. And that's again very good delivery from Simmons, and Mungru leaning forward into that one. He's got four men around the bat, two slips forward, almost silly mid off, very silly mid off, and a man at short leg. Very well played once again by Mungru. Four balls gone in the over, single so far of Fitzsimmons this morning, as into his eighth over, and he's 7.4 overs, 2 for 16 so far. Down to man at 45 on the offside, that is David Beddingham. Beddingham with 51 in the first innings, is in the test squad for the series against India. We have a convener, we have the Proteas Red Ball coach, Shukri Conrad, as that's just defended into the offside. End of the over, 66 gone. Pretorius on 3. Mungru yet to get off the mark, and 176 for the loss of 8. They lead by 67 in the second inning, trying to set a target, something here that their bowlers can bowl at, and it's going to be Bjorn Hendricks to continue. So as I was saying, national red ball coach Shukri Conrad is here at Newlands this week and keeping an eye on this match. He's been here for the last few days, and he apparently no concern around the fitness of Dane Patterson in the longer term. Certainly Patterson after his performances for SAA, as we see Hendricks coming in. That's nicely played by Pretorius, but straight to the man Beja at mid-wicket. No run. No concern that he will be fit if required for that series against New Zealand in February. And one would feel that he certainly due for a call-up with the fast bowling armory of South Africa test team, mostly involved in the SA20 over that time, and a number of other hopefuls that are playing in this match for that potentially for that tour. And that's played forcefully, cross-batted down to the man at deep mid-off. Just trying to see who that is down there, deep mid-off. Looks like Eddie Moore, is it, down there, deep mid-off? And he's normally patrolling in the mid-wicket region, not at the moment. Tiwakai and Nabe warming up here at long leg. But yeah, there's Moore there at mid-off. Mid-on, Yassine Valley. Mid-wicket, Wesley Beja. And the two slips is Linda and Nyaku. Once again, it is going to be Valley at mid-on, who does the fielding. That's not Valley there, that is Kitime actually doing the fielding there. Valley. See where Yassine Valley is. Carl Simmons is on the boundary at square leg. Yassine Valley is in here at backward point. Kitime has gone to that mid-on position. It's down to mid-off again. Eddie Moore will do the fielding yet again. Doesn't Michael Pretorius just hit that ball so crisply? It sounds beautiful when it comes off his bat. Broke his bat in the first innings, hitting the ball. He hits that ball with so much force. What a great innings it was from him in that first innings. 83 off to 79, counter-attacking, counter-punching like a boxer who knows they're on the ropes, comes out fighting. He did that most definitely in that first innings. Oh, it's a beauty. An absolute beauty from Hendricks. And there's nothing that Pretorius can do with that one. I'm expecting that this will be the short delivery from Hendricks now to ensure that Simmons gets a chance to bowl at Mungrew in the next over. The lead is 67. 4 wickets have fallen this morning for the addition of only 42 runs. Down the leg side and not able to make contact to that one. It will be Mungrew to face Simmons, the first ball of the next over. And the story of the morning's play so far, resuming at 132 for 4 overnight, with Fantondo on 18 and Mutasami on 3. That was after 50 overs had been bowled in the innings yesterday, trailing by 109. They had a lead of 23, and the first man to go was Reynard Fantondo, caught by Simmons off the bowling of Beja, after getting his first-class wicket. He didn't make any more to his overnight score, 18 of 47 balls. And then it was the wicket of Ruan de Swart. So that was 132 for 5, 158 for 6 when de Swart was caught edging one down to Smith, who took a good catch down to his left off the bowling of Beja. 158 for 6, 173 for 7 when Prince was bowled by Simmons off the inside edge, trying to play forcibly after he'd been pegged down for a long time. He got one off 20 deliveries, so was really tied down. And then the fourth wicket to fall in the morning, Muchusami. Oh, that was just went up into the gloves. He still manages to play it down into the ground. Doing well here, Mungrew, so far, yet to get off the mark. He's faced now 9 deliveries, mostly to the spin of Simmons. Straight down to Linda at a shortish mid-on. And then with Muchusami, reverse sweeping Simmons, got a top edge. It seems to come off the pad or gloves of Smith, the wicket-keeper, up into the air. And taken by first slip Onka and Yaku at the end of Muchusami. Vigil 21 of 65 balls, going from 3 overnight of 31 to 21 of 65. 2 fours and 1 massive 6 that he hit off Kyle Simmons. That's well played by Mungrew. Just the 1 ball left in this, the 68th over. Western Province getting through their overs quickly this morning. 17 bowled already in the morning in an hour and a quarter. So they'll be looking at trying to get these last 2 wickets before lunch. And that's well played by Mungrew in the end. And that is another maiden over for Kyle Simmons. He has bowled 9 overs unchanged from the Weinberg end this morning. He's taken 2 for 16. So 9 overs, 2 for 16 this morning to go with his 8 overs, 1 for 8 last night. 17 overs, 3 for 24 for Kyle Simmons. And that wicket of Prince, one feels, was really, really important as he played on to that one. And then Muchusami's wicket as well, reverse sweeping. And he got the reverse sweep out early, didn't make good contact, ballooned up, and as I say, I think took a deflection on the way through. Muchusami looked mortified, it must be said, at the decision by Tom Mokorosi. But as we know, unfortunately, even if there is, you feel an incorrect decision, you have to go. If the umpire raises his finger, Muchusami made his way slowly off the field, and Western Province 2 wickets away from getting out to bat again. Michael Pretorius will have other ideas, as it's Tiwe Kaya Nabe, and that's going to go down. It's a loosener down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well played by Pretorius. Not a good ball to start off with Manabe in his opening spell of the second spell in the second innings. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 1 maiden for 21 or for 21 so far. Going to want to toughen that up outside to the off stump. There is a 5-4 offside leg side field. They are giving the runs, the singles to Pretorius, but he wants to deal in boundaries. He's tickled that one into the leg side. He's not going to take a run. Bedgy comes in and fields from deep square. Got a long leg, got a deep square, got a mid wicket, got a man at very deep mid on, got a deep mid off, got a man on the deep cover boundary. It's all looking very deep for Western Province this morning against Pretorius. Got one slip, George Linder, and another man at full slip on Konyako, and then it is Yasin Valley at backward point. Nabe again down the leg side, and he's really got to get his line sorted out here. Does Tiwekaya Nabe. He doesn't want to give any extra runs away. The lead is now 71, 180 for the loss of 8. So effectively 71 for 8. Plenty of time in the game left. Western Province want to wrap this up as soon as possible. Pretorius wants to score as many runs as possible and defend and protect Mungru. Another one down the leg side. Not quite sure what's happening here. The captain is going to go and have a chat to his bowler. That's not where he wants him to bowl. Just not got his radar right yet this morning. And Tiwe Kaya Nabe. Such a great performance in the first innings. Career best figures of 5 for 46. Yet to take a wicket in the second innings. 2 balls left in the over. Pretorius will be looking for a single, no doubt, and he's going to get that. No, he's not going to get that because Valley's around quickly from his position at backward point. Still 11 overs or so to a new ball. Whether they will need it or not is another question. Field very, very widespread still. They're still giving him the run. They don't want him to score boundaries. And that one is also not going to get the run, and that's exactly what Western Province wanted. He just miscues that one to Hendricks at mid-wicket. There is no run. 180 for the loss of 8, and that is a 4 runs off the over from Tiwekaya Nabe. And his analysis now 8 overs, 0 for 25. So it's Pretorius and Mungru at strike. The lead 71, and we'll have a look and see now what is happening around the rest of the grounds. And let me just have a look here at Durban, and it's still a delay in Durban. And looking at the live pictures coming through from Durban, still a delay there. No play in that match so far. And in Pietermaritzburg, just to update the taking a picture here, start also delayed there. So we're still at the overnight scores at both of those venues, and it's massive appeal here, and not given. Appealing for a catch there off Mungru, not given by umpire Tom Mokorosi. Doesn't give a lot, umpire Mokorosi. And good bowling here from Simmons once again. It all went up for that. I think his bat hit the ground. That's probably what made the noise. Yeah, that one too far away from him. He's not going to play at that. While runs are important, he can't risk playing a forcible shot and getting himself out. He wants to give Pretorius as much opportunity as possible to score runs at the other end. It's well batted there, well played. Just the 2 balls left still in this over. Huge shout at the beginning of the over for caught behind. Oh, that one would. Well played by Mungru yet again. As we see the Western Province Reserve just walking down the Kelvin Grove end. That's also well played, but just straight out into covers, no run. And at end of another maiden for Carl Simmons. That's 18 overs now, 3 for 24, 10 overs unchanged this morning for him. and he's taken 2 for 16 in those 10 overs. Feel that maybe George Linder will be coming on for a bowl at some stage from the Weinberg end. Carl Simmons had a really, really good spell. Linder warming up, just stretching here in front of us. Will no doubt be chatting to his captain. With the height that he's got, maybe will make a difference. And just to then go to the match taking place in Pretoria, like a new batter at the crease here for the Warriors. It is indeed. It is Patrick Kruger, not a new batter. Patrick Kruger's in. It's 275 for 5. They still trail by 108 there, do the Warriors. It's well played by Pretorius, but straight down to Katime at a very deep mid-on position, almost a long-on, really. 10 meters in from the boundary. Now bit in again from the Kelvin Grove end. It's in the air. Is it gone over him? Oh, he dropped it. Oh, that's a drop by the fielder on the boundary, Wesley Bedger. And that was got himself into a position he wasn't really set. I don't think he picked it up early enough. And that really should have been taken. That was exactly what they were looking for. Michael Pretorius taking on the hook, and he got it up in the air, and Bedger, unfortunately for him, puts that one down at that backward square leg position. He will be very, very upset with himself. Looks like he has got a good, safe pair of hands, not able to take it on that occasion, and goes for the hook shot again. It does Pretorius, and not making contact that time. So Western Province's opportunity there has gone a begging. So at 180 for the loss of 8, it is the dropped catch after 70.2 overs, and Bedger dropping Pretorius with Pretorius' score on 7. Oh, that's brilliant fielding from Nyaku there, diving to his left in the on the fourth slip, sort of gully position, stopping what would have been a certain fall through the slip cordon. And it wasn't a catch by any means, bounced in front of it, but that really was outstanding fielding. And Western Province, in the main, their fielding has been very, very good. And Yaku did drop a catch earlier on today, so yesterday, off liver, but wasn't expensive. Bedger will be hoping something similar. It's down the leg side, and no contact this time from Michael Pretorius, and he's looking very frustrated. Bjorn Hendricks there, not expecting that ball to come from George Linder. He was already on his way to talk to his bowler, and from the relay back to Nabe. It's all gone very quiet out there. And Bedger on the boundary at backward square. And that's not going to get a run there. And that is a maiden over from Mtiwakaya Nabe. Should have been the wicket of Michael Pretorius. And Kerwin Mungrew will be facing up to Carl Simmons yet again. And a new bat asked for once again by Michael Pretorius. Doesn't like the sound of that one, maybe. And certainly hits the ball hard with that bat of his. I would probably, if I was his bat, would be shouting ouch every time it hits the ball. Hits that ball incredibly hard. So 5 down. As I said, the Warriors 275 for 5. September Oshile on 26, Patrick Kruger on 10. Lost the wicket of 30 seconds since the last time we spoke to you from the about the score at Centurion. And the only other live cricket on the go at the moment is the match between Australia and Pakistan in Perth. You might have heard the "oh yeah" coming up from the field. They do like that one from Carl Simmons. Do feel it's just a matter of time before he gets Kerwin Mungrew's wicket. But the longer Mungrew is at the wicket, the better his chances, I think, of survival. And it's just played into the ground once again. Plenty of footmarks there. Senaran Mutusami and Gwian Libber will no doubt be eyeing those marks on the pitch. And that's bounced just in front of Eddie Moore at second slip. Feel perhaps he could be closer. Maybe we'll go a little bit closer. Now, that one, just the one bounce into the ground. He picked it up on the bounce. Mungru plays that well. Picks it up and almost inadvertently looks like you're going to shine the ball for them. Big smile on Kerwin Mungru's face. Such a likable cricketer. Been around for a while, hailing from KwaZulu-Natal. He's not going to have anything to do with that one. And with one ball left in the over. If it's one thing that they do teach you at school if you play cricket, it's how to count to 6. Or maybe 7 or 8, depending if you've got no balls or wides. And it's another good delivery. And Kitime trying to anticipate the shot from Mungru, but he survives yet again. Another maiden over for Carl Simmons, 19 overs, 3 for 24, 11 overs, 2 for 16 this morning for the spinner. And George Linder warming up here in front of us. He may well come on from the Kelvin Grove end just prior to the new ball being taken. One feels with 8 overs to go and 38 minutes before the luncheon interval, and they're only able to delay lunch, I think, if there's 9 wickets down. Tea can certainly be delayed by a half an hour if they are thinking that they are going to get the last 2 wickets, but these two have now been there for some time. Partnership is only worth 6 runs. That's angled beautifully into the right hander, but played very nicely out to deep cover. There's no run. So they put on 6 so far for this particular wicket, and that's been done now in just over 8 overs. So 6 runs, 8 overs, and 2 deliveries, and the 6 runs all coming to Pretorius with Nabe towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end, and that's played nicely into the gap. They're only going to get 1 though. Took off with a single. It's going to be 4 balls that Nabe has to Mungru. And I think they may make some significant changes to the field. In fact, they definitely will make significant changes to the field here. Bringing in the extra slip. There's a man going down. So Simmons coming into slip. Bedger will come down to fine leg. 181 for 8. They lead by 72, the Dragons. Earlier in the season against the Tuskers, they defended and won the match with a lead of only. So they were like 70 behind on the first innings. So they have experience in being able to win games from difficult positions. You feel 72, certainly not enough on what looks like a reasonable surface still for batting. There's a bit of turn on offer. You feel top order batters should be able to handle that. I think Western Province will come out, if the total is small enough, will come out with attacking intent in mind. So 2 slips. First and second slip, a gully, or between fourth slip and gully, backward point. Then just a mid-off, inviting him to drive. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a man at deep. Long leg, almost, yeah, it is almost long leg, fine leg, not quite fine up. And it's taken the catch. He has taken the catch, and the umpire at square leg is happy that ball did carry. It's George Lind who's taken the catch, and it works for Western Province. Kerwin Mungru's vigil is over, and that was they took the run, and he's faced 28 balls for that 0 that he scored. He stayed with Pretorius. But unfortunately for him, that is not going to be long enough. And a regulation catch going forward for George Linder of the Bowlingham Tiwa Kaya Nabe, and that partnership worth only 7 of 13 of 54 balls it was. And Cohen Mungrove makes his way dejectedly back to the pavilion. It's 181 for the loss of 9, and the lead is only 72 for the Dragons, and it has been a disastrous morning for them here in Cape Town. It is a beautiful day here in the Cape, but it's not a day that they will want to remember for very long. And it will be Gideon Peters coming out to face the last ball of Mtiwa Kaya Nabe's over. And he was out first ball in the first innings, trying to play an expansive shot at Buren Hendricks, and not being able to do anything other than to spoon it up into the air, and was caught behind by Daniel Smith. So Peters want to at least be able to stay there for a little bit longer. He's played a number of matches, 22 innings. So, he only scored 42 runs, an average of 4. Highest was 14. I want to score more than that today. Most certainly will Gideon Peters, as Cohen Mungrove is back in the pavilion after 72.5 overs. So that partnership, 9 overs, and only scored the 7 runs. And it is Nabe who picks up his first wicket of the second innings. Western Province just 1 wicket away from wrapping up the second innings of Northwest, and Peters, lets that one go outside the off stump, and it just misses the off stump. In fact, it goes over off a middle bail, and that is the end of the over. And I don't think that Pretorius is going to hang around now. I'm sure it will be Simmons to continue. Linda was warming up, but really, I'm sure that you're going to see Michael Pretorius going for broke off Carl Simmons in this over. Expect some big shots from the strong man from the Northwest Dragons. It's been a morning that I would say I think the Dragons want to forget. A morning that's gone exactly according to plan for Western Province. 132 for 4 overnight to the Dragons. They've only added an additional 49 runs for the loss of 5 wickets this morning. And it has been sort of harsh to say, maybe somewhat of a procession, but it very much has been that. And some good bowling. It started off by Wesley Badger getting the wicket of Reynard van Tonder, who really was playing an expansive shot in the first over, and just was managed to pick out Carl Simmons at square leg. That is played down to the deep by Pretorius. He's not going to take the run. He does not want to expose Peters at all to any of the bowling, one feels. So how is he going to manage this? It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, all the men are deep on the leg side, and that's a round arm ball. We know that's the interesting sort of faster ball from Kyle Simmons, almost Slinger Malinga like. But he does that one. It comes around with a round arm and sort of bowls that one faster. As a batter, very easy to pick that, I'm sure. You can see he just changes his action with that. He's bowled that a few times, something he's been working on. I haven't seen him bowl that before. And played down here to the man at long off, Wesley Badger. Badger, who did drop Pretorius with a score on 180 for 8. At this stage, perhaps not looking like it could be expensive, but you just never know with Michael Pretorius. Here's a go. That one's in the air. I think Smith's going to take it. It's got snow, and he does. He takes it. It's the end of the innings. And that is the final wicket to fall. He had to have a go, did Michael Pretorius, and playing it against the spin, against the top edge, and Daniel Smith's running off the field very, very quickly. It's the 4th wicket for Carl Simmons, his 3rd wicket this morning, and Western Province have wrapped up the innings of the Dragons with Smith catching Pretorius. He got 8 of 32 deliveries with 1 boundary, and there would be no heroics this time for Michael Pretorius. And Western Province will come out with about half an hour to bat before the lunch interval. and it was really an unfortunate collapse by the Dragons this morning. Western Province have done everything right in terms of what they've managed here on this third morning of this match. And congratulations all round. It's 4 wickets for Kyle Simmons, 2 for Onka Nyaku, and Simmons getting good purchase off the surface and really deserves to be applauded off the field by his teammates. It was a very, very good performance by him. And it is the Western Province team now who will be coming out and trying to knock off the 73 runs that they're going to need to win this match. The Northwest Dragons, have been bowled out for 181 in their second innings in 73.4 overs. And I'm going to take a bit of a break while we have the interval here between innings, and we'll be back with you in approximately 10 minutes for the Western Province coming out to try and knock off these 72 runs for the victory. So, just having a look at the bonus point situation for this match, and should it be that Western Province, as we anticipate, will win this match, they need another 66 runs to win this match. They're 6 without loss in their second innings, and it is a haul of only 5.72 bonus points that the Dragons will take from this match. So if you take that 5.72 bonus points that they will take from the match and add that to their 50.36, it will mean that they will have at the end of this particular match, as that one is just outside the off stump by Pretorius. And we'll get that for you now. They will have 56.08 bonus points. Western Province will, if they do win this match, and one senses there are only 2 results possible here. It certainly is not going to be a draw. So either will be Western Province winning the match, or they will need to be bowled out for less than 72 by Northwest. That's very nicely played, but brilliantly fielded by Michael Pretorius on his follow through, and he does not concede a run. Mungru may well have come around to collect that behind him at mid-on. Got a 6-3 offside leg side field, 2 slips, a gully, backward point on the boundary, a man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, man at mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. Pretorius was his 3rd delivery of his 2nd over. Well, that is into the midriff of Eddie Moore, and he just rubs his chest. That's going to be a lovely purple bruise within the next couple of days, that one, for Eddie Moore. And so just looking at the situation here for Western Province, currently on 40.5, and they will take from this match all of 7.9 bonus points for their 345. And sorry, I've got this wrong slightly. It's actually going to be 6.72 for the Dragons. 5.72, apologies for that. And then it will be 8.9 bonus points for Western Province. As well played by Moore. So it will be 8.9 bonus points for Western Province, and it will be the 6.72 for the Dragons, and then we're expecting that there may be the win for Western Province will give them 24.9 points for this particular win, and that will take them to a total of, we'll get that for you now, nicely played and well bowled by Pretorius once again, down to Mungru at mid-on. Moore making reasonable contact, and he was in absolutely electrifying form in the first innings. Got to 31 with 7 fours. At one stage, he hadn't scored a single until I think he had got to 28. So he was dealing only in boundaries. He was, and they got off to a start which they were batting at like 8 runs and over in the beginning. Eddie Moore just taking full toll of some wideish bowling from the Northwest bowlers, and in this instance he is not doing any of that. He's just making sure he does not give his wicket away unnecessarily, and that has certainly happened in this instance. And Eddie Moore on 3, Daniel Smith on 1. There's 2 extras so far, 6 without loss, 67 needed to win for Western Province, and we'll be going to lunch probably at the end of this over. So just to give you again the permutation here for Western Province, they will move to 65.4 bonus points. 65.4 points, going ahead of the Dragons on the log. And depending on how the other results go at the grounds over the next few days, be interesting to see. It could well mean that after 4 rounds, Western Province, well, certainly they will go up in the table from their 6th position. That's just played down, slapped almost by Smith. Didn't sound great coming off the bat. Got a bit of a shock off that one. Down into the man at backward point, and there is no run. So as we go into lunch, if you are just joining us, you have not been with us during the morning's play, then to give you an idea of what has happened and what you have missed, essentially, situation here. Western Province are bowling the Dragons out. He's lucky to get away with that, and they're going to take a run off the inside edge. Could easily have bowled him. Went down to the ground, and Oban Wepe, who's at that short leg position. Peters is working up ahead of steam here from the Weinberg end into his 2nd over. So if you are just joining us here at Newlands, and the story of the day so far is that in their 2nd innings, the Northwest Dragons scored 181, adding only 49 to their overnight total for the loss of 6 wickets being bowled out. And that's nicely played by, well, he wants to, and he's going to get them easily. No, he's not. Decides against it, and that's probably wise. Although the throw coming in from Saleka, the substitute fielder, on the boundary is not a good one, but best not to take any chances. Total goes to 8, and Moore, who faced the first ball today from Pretorius, moves up to 4. Smith is on 2, and they will be looking to get to this victory without any kind of scares at all. Peters will have another idea as he's bowling to Daniel Smith. That's slapped away again by Smith into the offside. They'll easily turn for 2, and Mutasami will do the fielding. It's only the 2, and 12:10 on the scoreboard clock means we will be definitely going for lunch at the end of this over. 2 balls to go in the over from Peters, who is opening the bowling with his partner Michael Pretorius. So 10 without loss, 63 needed to win for Western Province. One feels they'll get that in the afternoon session on day 3 of this match. And just Daniel Smith, the ball just not coming off that bat nicely at the moment. He looks at his bat as if to say, no, it's not supposed to sound like that. It's supposed to sound like a crisp sound of it just caressing the ball into the offside, but that did not happen on this occasion. So 132 for 4 overnight, and it was, hesitate to say a procession of wickets, but wickets fell at regular intervals. The first one falling with the score on 132. It was 132 for 5. Fantonda caught by Simmons at square leg off the bowling of Bedger, his first wicket in first-class cricket for Wesley Bedger. That's played nicely by Smith. That one sounded much better. This time it will go through for 2. Smith will make it easily as he angles himself away from the wicket keeper. And that is lunch, gentlemen, on day 3 of this 4-day match between Western Province and the Northwest Dragons. Western Province need 61 to win at lunch, at 12 without loss after 4 overs in their 2nd innings, after having bowled out the Dragons for 181 this morning. The day has belonged completely to Western Province. Just to finish that scorecard of the Dragons, for those of you that are catching up with us now, it was then Fantonda out for 18. His overnight score 132 for 5 in 50.3 overs. Deswat was the next to go, but on 26 with Mutasami for the 6th wicket, and played some very nice shots to Deswat. And then he too was a victim of Bedger. It was fishing for it outside the off stump, got a thickish edge, and Daniel Smith took a good catch low down to his left with one hand to dismiss him. 158 for 6 it was. Prince, the next to go, after having been tormented by Kyle Simmons for quite some time. He scored just the one of 20 deliveries, sorry, 12 of 24, with 3 boundaries making up his entire innings. Prince, who had been struggling against the left arm spin, getting turn and bounce, eventually tried to break the shackles and was only able to play the ball on to his stumps off Simmons, and they were overjoyed with that wicket, Western Province. And then 4 balls later, it was Mutusami reverse sweeping the left arm orthodox spinner. You've got an edge onto Daniel Smith, popped up in the air, and Tiwekaya, sorry, Onka and Yaku took the catch at first slip, just a partnership of 174 for 8. Kerwin Mungrew held on for 9 overs with Michael Pretorius before he was unfortunately then dismissed by Tiwakai Nabe, caught by Lindner at second slip, going down low in front of him. And his vigil of didn't score a run, 28 balls he faced, and that partnership only 7 of 9 overs. And in the next over of Simmons, with the score still on 181 as Pretorius trying to pull him over into the Oaks for 6. Just got a top edge, and Daniel Smith came around, took the catch, meaning that Carl Simmons taken 4 wickets, 3 of those this morning, ably supported there by Wesley Beja, who got the breakthrough early on with the wickets of Fantondo Underswad, his first 2 wickets in first-class cricket, and ended with 2 for 38, did Beja, and Simmons ending with a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 23, I think it was in the end of 15 or 16 overs, and I'll get that scorecard updated for you, and give that through to you. And so then 72 to win Western Province. They've moved to 12, sorry, 73 to win Western Province, and they've moved 12 without loss at the close. Smith on 6, Moore on 4, and we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes for the run chase this afternoon. It's goodbye from me, James King, the Cape Fox, and from our production team at Pitch Vision here, Bandile, Matthew, and Sherry. It's goodbye, and we'll take lunch, and we'll be back with you soon. Welcome back to Newlands at Cricket Ground, and this is broadcast being brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel, courtesy visuals, courtesy of Pitch Vision and commentary. I am James King, the Cape Fox, and the Pitch Vision team bringing you this production. Producer Bandile, Matthew on camera, and we have behind the scenes, we have Sherry doing the scoring. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast. We've been bringing it to you for the last 2 or 3 days here from Newlands, and it is resuming after lunch, needing 63 more runs to win this match. So 61 more runs to win this match is Western Province, and it'll be Eddie Moore taking strike to Michael Pretorius after the lunch break, and Western Province hoping that they're going to be able to finish off this match, no doubt, in the afternoon session. And it's going to be interesting to see the approach to be followed by these two batters. Smith on 6, Moore on 4, and it's Pretorius towards us now from the Kelvin Grove end. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Pretorius has really been on song in this match so far. 6 wickets for 78 in the first innings. Eddie Moore, very quick fire, 31 that he scored. Daniel Smith, unfortunately for him, not able to play any innings of substance in the first innings. Both of these two batters will want to take Western Province, no doubt, to a victory by 10 wickets. As Pretorius towards us, tucked into the leg side, and Ngwepe does the fielding at mid-wicket. Lesiba Ngwepe, the middle top order batter for the Northwest Dragons, and the Dragons this morning bowled out for 181, only able to add an additional 49 runs to their overnight score of 132 for 4 before they lost the 6 wickets this morning. Moore plays it nicely into the offside. That's fielded by Seleka, the substitute fielder, who is on the field as a substitute. We'll try and find out for you now who he is actually on the field for. I'm going to have a look at the field placings. 2 slips, a man at a 4th slip, so the slips Mokoena, Libba, and then Senakwani at the 4th slip. And on the boundary down at backward point, we have Ruan de Swart. Seleka, we have, he has a full go at that, does Eddie Moore, and that's not there to hit that one. That's too short of a length, one feels, for him to be able to play that one on the up over extra cover. Does try, he has a full go at it though, which is, as they say in cricketing parlance, I mean, that's what you have to do. You sometimes get luckier if you're able to do that. So we have Seleka at extra cover. We have mid-off is Peters, mid-on Mungru, and then at mid-wicket and Ngwepe, and down on the boundary here Muchusami. So we'll have a look and see who is actually missing. As another one, he has a full go at. That was probably there to have a go at it, but he doesn't get that foot across and manage to get close to the delivery. And he has a look to see exactly why his Grey Nichols bat is not able to hit the ball. Does Eddie, and really wonderful young man, Eddie Moore, and he is enjoying his time here in the Cape. Eddie Moore has, came down from the Eastern Cape last season, and that one plays nicely out into the offside. Just hits on that patch of grass, which is a little bit rough there, but Gideon Peters gets behind it nicely and is able to prevent any thought of a run. We're just trying to update the information here so we can get you some info on what may be happening around the rest of the grounds. And we know delayed starts at the other matches um, around the grounds earlier on today. And just looking at the live pictures from Durban, it looks like the wickets are out there, but nothing happening there from a Durban point of view, and that is unfortunate that both the Durban game and the Maritzburg game both affected by rain, and the start been delayed in Maritzburg also due to a wet outfield. We saw earlier on that the Super Sopper was out, and what we're seeing now is there's a change of bowling from the Wynberg end. Vean Libber, 60 matches, average of 34.4, 59 wickets for the captain of the Northwest, and economy rate of 2.9, his best figures in an innings 5 for 20 earlier this season when the Dragons pulled off an incredibly unlikely victory against the Tuskers. And that's the Dragons there just haven't quite got the choir going. Perhaps not as coordinated and appeal as they would have wanted, but that ball certainly looked like it was drifting down perhaps the leg side. Nice bit of purchase off the surface for Libber. I think this is a good idea of him, is to bring himself on to the two left-handers. Mikhail Prince looking to get a few more scalps to add to the 7 he took in the first innings. And Daniel Smith pulls out the reverse sweep, and that's very well fielded by the man at slip. That's Grant McQuena. He got down very quickly when he saw Daniel Smith about to reverse sweep that. And Smith loves the reverse sweep, does Daniel Smith. One of his most productive shots against the spin. And that's with that ball spinning away from him. The reverse sweep is playing it with the spin. It certainly is, when it comes off, a very good practitioner of that shot. And that, as I say, he plays that one nicely down to Kerwin Mungrew at that short third man position. Mungrew does exceptionally well to get down and field that one. So it is Reynard van Tonder who is off the field. We know he was struggling, it seemed like, with something stomach issue yesterday, and he was went off the field while he was batting last night, and he was on and off the field during the bowling innings as well. So perhaps just taking a break here today, which makes complete sense from that point of view. So it is going to be Libber for the first time to Moore. Eddie Moore comes out to meet that one and hits it very nicely down back to the bowler. 13 without loss after 6 overs, 60 to win for Western Province. And just taking a look at what's happening up in Pretoria, in Centurion, should I say. Sorry, it's the match there progressing quite significantly. And 338 for 5 it is on what looks like a very good batting track. The Warriors, after being at the score overnight, I just want to get that score quickly. Overnight they were on 192 for 2. They lost the wickets of Rosier and the Centurion Jivishan Pillay quite early on today, and then the wicket of Rudy Second, but a good partnership between Sinatemba Koshile and Patrick Kruger now has got them to 338 for the loss of 5. So only 2 matches at the moment underway in this series. That's a lovely shot from Daniel Smith. Just leans into that one from Pretorius, and that is going to go to the boundary, is it? It does, in fact, go to the boundary. A great attempt there by Ruan de Swart. He really ran a long way, probably 30, 40 meters. He headed along the boundary, but he just couldn't stop that one from getting to the boundary. Daniel Smith moves into double figures, and Western Province moved to 17 without loss. 56 needed to win this match. So 338 for 5, the Warriors in that match against the Titans. And the match in Durban has just got underway with the Lions 217 for the loss of 5. We'll try and keep you posted as to developments there for as long as this game is continuing here at Newlands. Thank you very much for those of you that have commented on our YouTube channel, and I have tried to answer some of those questions for you. Some very interesting questions that did come through. Sorry I didn't get to those before the luncheon interval, but we do appreciate your comments, and certainly interesting to see. And just so, yes, for those of you that are following the it's very nicely played by Smith. I think that just be the single out to De Swart on the boundary. Goes past Seleka at extra cover and tosses it into Prince. It must have been I think they must have been beans that were in the lunch today, because the Northwest team come out looking full of beans this afternoon. Sorry about that one. That was a very bad pun. And they are looking a little bit more energetic than they were before the luncheon interval. Very difficult for them. Only 55 needed by Western Province to win this match. Not able to hold on Pretorius there. It would have been a brilliant catch on his follow through. But my goodness, that he'll be disappointed with himself for not getting down to that one and holding on. It looked like he was going to take it, but not able to get down. And it was a bit of a weird sort of short arm jab by Eddie Moore, and went down sharply. And Pretorius just trying to get down to take it, just couldn't get his hands underneath it, bobbled out, and he would be disappointed, looking for his 8th wicket of the match. And just captain went over to chat to him and just said, "It's okay. Yeah. Pick ourselves up and keep going." And Pretorius certainly bothering Eddie Moore here. That one, I think, edge into the pad and just rearranging his thigh pad there. His abdominal protector as well there that he's correcting. All come as an integrated unit. So very, very good. The protective gear that the batters have these days is really excellent. And another fast delivery from Pretorius. And that is the end of the over. 7 gone, 18 without loss. Pretorius, well, 4 overs, 0 for 6. Peters, 2 overs, 0 for 11. Libba, 1 over for 1 run. And it will be Libba to continue, the captain of Northwest, continue the attack from the Wynberg end. It's umpire Tom Mokorosi who is at this end of the ground. And there's some Gideon Peters just calling for the 12th man to bring him out some arm protectors, maybe for diving across the field, and also to protect him from the sun. He's just putting those on now. Siba and Wepe just passing them to him in the outfield as it's Libba away from us, and that's slightly shortish to Smith outside the off stump, and he just managed to guide it down to Pretorius, who's got that gun throw from in front of the Oaks. It's a beautiful day here at Newlands, and we do have the biggest crowd of the week in so far on this day of reconciliation here in South Africa, 16th of December. And it is Eddie Moore taking strike on the middle and off stump by the looks of things, and he will be on strike to Libba. And he plays that one beautifully. And it's going to go all the way. I think, yes, it does. It goes into the advertising hoardings. He just picked that up very nicely from Libba, and he played it over the long on position. There is nobody there. The fielder at long on. The fielder is at mid on. And Eddie Moore gives Vion Libba the full treatment there. Beautiful 6 played over the mid-on region, and Peters just tosses that in to the bowler. Umpire Tom Mokorosi just having a look at the ball, then went, I say, cannoning into the advertising hoardings. Quite a bit of concrete in and around this ground. As you saw, Peters having to And he's after that one as well. And that one he's played out to the leg side. Has gone down to the boundary in front of the railway stand for yet another six. So Eddie Moore dealing in sixes here. He's just hit two sixes of two successive deliveries off Björn Libber. And he looks like he's trying to end this one quickly now. That one a lot squarer than the initial one, a lot more of a cross-batted shot, and immediately actually no change to the field. Peter's probably come a little bit deeper at mid-on, and it is Ruan de Swart who's been asked to stay more in a mid-wicket position. That's more just plays it nicely out into the offside, and Smith's in quickly for the single, as is Moore, and he's just not sure there what's happening. He's looking down at his inside thigh pad on the inside, and hopefully not injured himself at all. 32 without loss now. Those two sixes, that's going to go down to the boundary in front of the Oaks from Daniel Smith for another boundary. That's a 4 for Smith. He's on 17, so is Moore. They're on 36 without loss after 7.5 overs. It's been an expensive over from Libber so far. At 17 off the over in Western Province now, halfway towards that victory total of 73. And it looks like Eddie Moore and Daniel Smith are in a hurry. Maybe their favourite Premier League teams playing in the early kickoff this afternoon. And another single for Smith. He keeps the strike at the end of the over. 18 off the over from Libber. Very expensive one for the Dragons captain. 2 sixes from Moore, and then a 4 from Smith to go with the 2 singles. 36 to win Western Province, and it's 37 without loss. Partnership is obviously then 37, and it will be Pretorius to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. And looks like, I say, these two are in a hurry now to get these runs. Don't want to really give anything away in terms of their wickets, but they really want to get to the runs as quickly as possible. Could be a crushing victory for Western Province, and that's well left by Smith. Much better from him there, just leaving it. Very promising young wicketkeeper batter, Daniel Smith, part of the academy and South African academy call-up, played also in the emerging team, if I do remember correctly, and he is certainly a prospect for the future. Young man plying his trade here, only 19 when he made his first-class debut for Western Province. I was very impressed then with his maturity. That's a lovely shot as well, just perhaps not getting fully hold of it. He wanted to play it a little bit squarer than that. So Gideon Peters does the fielding at mid-off. So we've got 2 slips. Dwan Jansen is on the field now at first slip, maybe for Mokoena. It must be for Mokoena, because we've got Mutusami here at long leg, and Wepe is at mid-wicket. Mungru is at mid-on. And there's Mungru caught into action, and he does manage to stop that one, diving off to his right-hand side. And Kerwin Mungru, quite a character. He really is a very fine young man. Kerwin Mungru, was chatting to him earlier in the season, and he is really, when I think Northwest were here, and really good to meet and chat to a number of these players. Oh, that one kept a bit low outside the off stump, and gone through to the keeper. So 37 without loss, 36 to win Western Province. They're already more than halfway to that total or victory. Only 8.4 overs bowled, batting at a good rate of 4.3 runs to the over. And this game likely to be over, I would think, within the next hour. And that's taken off the hip. It may have been even hit the hip, and it's gone down to the fine leg bounce. Actually, did come off the bat, and no way that Mikhail Prince could get around to that one. Came very fine down in front of us, almost directly underneath our commentary position here in the South Pavilion. At the Weinberg end of the ground, Daniel Smith moves up into the 20s with that particular shot, and fortunately for him, not a strangle down the leg side, and as you saw, picked up by one of the substitute players for the Dragons. That's very nicely played, but straight to Mungru, and that is the end of the over. 9 gone, and Western Province are well on their way to victory here in this 4-day series match. Excuse my croakiness yet again. And only 32 needed to win after they bowled out the Dragons this morning for 181. Dragons only adding 49 to their overnight score, 132 for 4. And the destroyer-in-chief for Western Province, Kyle Simmons, who took 4 wickets, 3 of those this morning. And the end was opened up by Wesley Badger taking his first 2 wickets in first-class cricket, the youngster getting his debut for Western Province in this match. Oh, too close to him there, Eddie Moore, to cut that one through the offside. Did that with a bit of a flourish, but the flourish was to no avail on that particular instance. Sliver once again in his crisp whites, and that's played beautifully through the covers this time. Beats the man at extra cover. That is Senakwani, I think it is, that is there. Or is that it is Senakwani at cover, extra cover, and all that Mikhail Pretorius can do is recover that from in front of the Oaks, and it is now 45 without loss in the 10th over. And Gideon Peters on the long on boundary here. We've got Senator Mutusami on the long off boundary. Reverse sweep from Eddie Moore this time, and that has gone all the way to the boundary at backward point for 4. He hit that one with a lot of power with the spin, and that is Duan Janssen on the field at the moment for... I'm not sure who he's on the field. On the field for Grant McQuena, we have both Reynard Fantonda and Grant McQuena off the field at the moment. And that is Duan Janssen, who has gone to collect that one. Eddie Moore just tickling that one, or sort of playing nicely. So tickling it, not really tickling it. He played it nicely down to Gideon Peters here, and that is the 50 up for Western Province, and only 23 more runs left to win. 50 up of only 60 balls, and Moore 26 of those, Daniel Smith 22, 2 extras, and 23 runs needed to win here. And it's all happening rather quickly after the lunch interval. And he plays it straight back to the bowler. 1 ball left in the 10th over. Western Province batting at 5 runs to the over at the moment. And it's all, as I say, happening quite quickly. Daniel Smith on strike. And he bowled him. He's bowled him. It's gone straight through him. He didn't get his bat down on that one. That's gone straight through him. And Daniel Smith is bowled. He was neither forward nor back, and just tried to jab his bat down on that one, straightened on him, and it's gone straight through him. And that is a wicket for Vian Libber, and Daniel Smith has to go for 22 off 29 deliveries for Daniel Smith. He hit 3 fours, and he is making his way disconsolately back to the pavilion now, and just pitched. He didn't go back or forward, just on the crease, caught on the crease, and he is on his way back to the pavilion. And just unfortunately getting to that 50 and losing the first wickets with the score on 50. Western Province in the first innings, they lost their second wicket on 50, and this is Moore, who is going to be welcoming his new batter to the crease, Yassine Valley, coming to join him, Mohammed Yassine Valley. And these two, no doubt, will want to take this match through to its conclusion. Daniel Smith bowled by Vian Libber, and that was the end of the 10th over. So bowled with the sixth ball of the 9th over, and the captain Vian Libber, who was bowling that. You feel that if the Dragons had more of a target to defend here, it may well have been quite difficult for Western Province in the second innings, as we see Lesego Senekwani. Lesego Senekwani, sorry, going to be coming on from the Kelvin Grove end. He's played 40 matches. Average is 60.5, taken 12 wickets, 726 runs, best 2 for 24. Northwest versus Northerns in the 2019-2020 season. And I'm not quite sure what exactly he bowls. Left-handed batter. Looks like he might be maybe a left arm orthodox. He's going to be bowling to Eddie Moore. There's a slip in place. That's in Wepe. And the field is wide spread here for Moore, and is right arm around the wicket from Senekwani. Just your bowling his off breaks. Right arm around the wicket. Nicely played by Moore. Straight to the man, though, at deep cover. That's Ruan de Swart, and they go through for a single. More onto 27. Valley will take strike. The right-handed Yassine Valley come in to replace Daniel Smith at the crease. Smith out in the previous Vian Libber over, bowled a ball that straightened on him. He was neither forward nor back, just went through the gate as he tried to jab his bat down on it, and took the middle and leg stumps. So excuse my croakiness. That one just is defended into the offside by Yassine Valley. And that's down to Janssen, who's on the field for Mokoena. And just feels that at 45, we've got Janssen and Seleka, both the 12th and 13th man on the field at the moment. Reynard van Tondo also not on the field. And that's played a lot finer this time. It'll be a chase for Janssen. He's got those long legs going there, and he's going to be able to pick that one up easily before it gets down to the fine leg boundary. They're through for 2, and Valley is off the mark with that 2. Western Province need 20 to win. And seeing their camera work from Matthew, who's just showing you that tall Duan Janssen picking up that delivery. And that's slightly shorter, and it's going to be another chase for Janssen, and he's going to do, it's almost a carbon copy of the first. You can see those long legs of his chasing that ball, picks it up again and tosses it in to wicketkeeper Prince. And that is the end of the first. Senekwani over, went for 5, single to Moore, and the 2 twos to Valley, and Valley off the mark with those 2. He's gone to 4. Moore is on 27. 18 to win for Western Province, and it's going to be Senaran Muchasamy who's going to be bowling now from the Wynberg end. Vian Libber with some success in the previous over, but now we have the right-hander also in at bat. It's time for the left-arm orthodox spin of Senaran Muchasamy, the former Proteas player. Moved from Durban up to the northwest when the franchise system was dissolved, and we went to the Division 1 system. This is the 3rd year of the Division 1 system, with Northwest, who were previously part of the Central Gauteng Lions franchise, and now their own provincial team playing in this competition. 8 provinces in the Division 1 and 8 provinces in Division 2, and all the associate provinces that are playing in these 2 tournaments. That's very nicely played, but well fielded by the captain Libber at mid-wicket. So for Moore to Mujasami, we got a 4-5 offside leg side field, have we? No, we got a we have 4-5 offside leg side field. And he plays that one reverse sweep, but it's not going to go any further than the man down on the boundary. That's Michael Pretorius in front of the North Pavilion and just backpedaling there. Mikhail Prince is trying to just stop that boy, does that with his pads. And Moore moves to 28. And he scored those at a good rate, Eddie Moore. 28 off 36 deliveries to him, and come out with intent after the luncheon interval. Just Western Province surviving the 4 overs they had before the lunch break, and now since lunch, which half an hour since lunch, they've added 44 to the score for the loss of Daniel Smith's wicket. That 44 coming in just 7 overs, so at a run rate of over 6 and over, and helped by the 2 massive sixes that Eddie Moore hit off the captain Vion Liver, as Yassine Valley on strike. And that, oh my word, how that didn't bowl him off the inside edge. Only, I don't know, who knows, maybe it just was cut into the ground, fielded by the man at leg slip, as Valley went back to give himself space, the ball turning away from him outside the off stump. That one also turns away. It was played nicely, but straight down to Seleka, who is fielding at backward point on the field for Reynard van Tonder. Rocks back and plays that to Janssen here at mid-on. 6-4 offside leg side field. Played into the leg side. Michael Pretorius is in quickly from mid-wicket, and there is no run. 56 for 1, 17 needed to win, just 1 off the over from Mutasami, his first in the second innings, and it'll be the Seko Senekwani to continue with the attack from the northern end of the ground, the Kelvin Grove end, and question was raised earlier on about the India ASAA tour and that 4-day match, the second of the series, the first one being drawn, second of the series of the first one drawn with a bit of a rain intervention there in Potchefstroom. The JB Marks Oval is going to be held at Willamore Park from the 26th to the 29th of December. Willamore Park in Benoni, the venue for that, as Eddie Moore gets yet another single. Gideon Peters, who's been around the ground on this in the second innings, finding himself at backward square leg, and he comes in and just fields from in front of his position at the Oaks. Oaks looking absolutely beautiful today. Grass embankments, a number of people in supporting their team and supporting their players, and it really is wonderful to see a few people in here today enjoying this day of reconciliation in South Africa, public holiday. Just bunted out to the offside. Valley definitely doesn't want to give it away here. Eddie Moore, certainly both of them will just want to be there right through to the winning run. And Western Province closing in on a very good victory, as that's played very nicely down the ground, and will only be one as it is who's out there. Is that Seleka that's out there? Has a floppy hat on. Looks like it might be Seleka. It is indeed Seleka down at long on. So field just changing. McQueen is back on the field by the looks of things. He is indeed back on the field. So maybe Janssen has Janssen must have gone off the field now. He has indeed. That's played to the left of the man at extra cover by Moore. It was in the air for some time, but he's come back, and they've come back for 2. 13 to win now, 60 the score. Eddie Moore on to 31. It's exactly the score that he got in the first innings. First innings played on to Michael Pretorius, trying to play it forcibly through the offside. He was visibly upset with himself. Moore has been in very, very good form in the 4-day series. 2 centuries before this match, and was looking for... That's just bounced in front of Peters, and that full toss not quite getting hold of it. Eddie Moore, that he was intending to play it not only into the Oaks, but I think onto Campground Road, which runs just behind the ground on the eastern side there. And he's looking at his bat again. He's running wide, didn't hit it hard enough to go over the boundary. 61 for 1. That's nicely played by Valley, but only out to Peters in the deep. I'm not sure it really was a catch to Peters. If it was, it would have been an excellent catch if he'd taken it coming forward. Not able to get his hands underneath it, though. And Mutasami's going to continue with the attack. 11 to win now for Western Province. And you sense the next couple of overs, perhaps at the rate that they're batting, this match will be all over. And so just to take you then around the country again for the last time here, and you can remember watch all of these matches on the YouTube channel of Cricket South Africa. And just looking at the match in Pretoria, so it's Centurion there south of Pretoria. The Warriors are batting, and they've lost the wicket of Patrick Kruger, and they're now 357 for the loss of 6, only 26 behind first innings of the momentum multiplied Titans, looking to get a first innings lead there. The Warriors top of the table at the moment into the third afternoon. You sense there, unless something happens, it is going to potentially be a draw. That's good fielding by De Swart in the covers. Which is Sammy just drifting that ball away, getting a little bit of purchase off the surface. We saw Simmons very effective from the Weinberg end of the ground. And that's a good run by Valley. He's so quick between the wickets, Yassine Valley. And was Mokoena coming in, but not before he could prevent the single. Western Province 10 needed to win now. They're only 1 down in their second innings. So yes, 357 for the loss of 6 in the second session on day 3 in Centurion. And then the match in Durban is underway. I'm just going to bring you hopefully something from that match now. That was the Lions batting there. That's tucked away nicely by Eddie Moore. And it's all happening now a little bit maybe slowly. But it is happening here in Cape Town as at Newlands Cricket Ground, Western Province looking set to record their second consecutive win of the season, coming on the back of that good win against the Titans on the 4th afternoon. They've made it 1 day better this time as they are going to defeat the Northwest Dragons. That one is going to go to the boundary in the front of the railway stand, and you saw Ruan de Swart chasing it there in vain down to the boundary. Only 5 to win now for Western Province, and Eddie Moore probably eyeing the spectacular here. Hope he doesn't get himself out trying to hit a 6 for the win. It doesn't matter whether it comes with a 6 or whether it comes with singles. It is 68 for the loss of 1, 5 to win for Western Province, 33 to Moore, and 11 to Valley. The only man out, Daniel Smith, who was bowled by Vian Libber, and Libber, who bowled 3 overs, 1 for 29, was Eddie Moore, who was particularly severe on him. So 236 for 5, the Lions. It's Wandile Makwetu on 54, Delano Potgieter on 11, and that match underway now. About to take a first innings lead there, the Lions over the Dolphins, and it may be that there is enough time for them as he does play it straight to the man at extra cover, exactly as I said to you that I thought he might go for broke, and he does exactly that, and he holds out to the man at extra cover, giving Senekwani his first wicket. And Eddie Moore is absolutely furious with himself because it just wasn't necessary. He knows it wasn't necessary to give that away. He's gone for 33 off 41 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. And from a match situation point of view, it probably doesn't make that much difference. It's been a good innings from Eddie Moore, but just trying to win the match with a boundary or get over the line quickly, and he's perished in that particular cause, caught at extra cover. And he is very, very annoyed with himself. And it is going to be then coming out to bat. I'm sure David Beddingham is going to be making his way out to the middle now. He is indeed joining Yassine Valley. Beddingham 86 matches, 22 50s, 1800s, 136 innings, 5,987 runs. So only 13 away from 6,000 runs in first class cricket at an average of 49.5. His highest score of 257 for Durham versus Derbyshire at Chester Street in 2021. And David Beddingham will not get to 6,000 runs in first class cricket in this match, as there's only 5 to win. He will be eyeing the opportunity there potentially to get to those first 6,000 first class runs wearing the green and gold, or the whites of South Africa, green and gold, with the green and gold badge of the Proteas on his chest, if he gets that call up to be in the starting 11 for the test match. On Boxing Day in Centurion. Is by no means guaranteed, but he's part of that 15-man squad which Shukri Conrad has assembled. And he's off the mark straight away, just tucking that one down to the leg side. So Eddie Moore gone in that over, and was 68 then for the loss of 2, just a partnership of 18 between him and Yassine Valley. And Eddie Moore, as I said, will be very disappointed that he played that to the man at extra cover. And Valley just fielded now by the man who took that catch, and so the captain, Bjorn Libber, I think, who took that catch off Eddie Moore, and he will be mortified, Eddie Moore, that he gave it away like that. And that's just another single down to Seleka at mid-on, and so the total is getting that victory target getting even closer now for Western Province, just 3 runs away, and it'll be these two that will be hoping to take it through to its conclusion. Beddingham facing Senokwane, and that's just played down to long on for a single, and total now after 15 overs, 14.5 overs, 71 for 2, Beddingham to 2, Valley on 12, 2 to win for Western Province. Fended back by Valley, and he's going to leave it to Beddingham potentially to get the winning runs, and it should be a win by either 8 or 7 wickets, one feels. And bowling figures: 5 overs 0 for 10 for Pretorius, 2 overs 0 for 11 for Peters, Libber 3 overs 1 for 29, Senokwane 3 overs 1 for 14, and 2 overs 0 for 7 for Muchasamy. And it will be, I would reckon, this over will be the one that they're targeting to get these runs. Western Province, comprehensive victory for them then in the offing here. Opening pair, Eddie Moore and Daniel Smith, took it to 50, and then Smith and Valley to 68 for Moore, just trying to get to the win quickly. Was caught at extra cover, and that's played into the covers by Beddingham. The means that the scores are now level on the 2 innings at 72 for 2. Western Province need one more run to win, so it's 241 for 5 in Durban. Just 4 runs short of the first innings total there are the Lions for the Dragons, and of the Dolphins. And in the other match, play still not started in Maritzburg. There's no run there as Peters is in quickly to prevent Valley from getting the winning runs for Western Province. And we will be wrapping this up shortly for you once the final winning runs are taken. Not going to happen off that delivery. So just to recap for you the story of this match. Having won the toss and decided to bat first, the Northwest Dragons were in all sorts of trouble at 86 for 7, and recovered thanks to outstanding play and a 124-run partnership, as we see Kaizer Chiefs hopeful there. Lesego Senokwane doing some great footwork in the outfield, and it was then 86 for 7. They got to 210 for 8 with Pretorius 83 off 79. Michael Prince 64 off 141 deliveries. Great partnership of 124 between those two, eventually getting the Dragons to 236 in their first innings. And it was Western Province in reply, 345, 4 half centuries in that innings. 2 big partnerships, one between Beddingham and Valley. Beddingham 51, Valley 59, and then a partnership for the 7th wicket between Simmons and Linda, and another partnership between Linda and Hendricks of 64 for the 8th wicket. Linda getting 88 at the end, the top score, falling just one short of 3,000 career runs in first-class cricket, and it was Simmons with 52, and Western Province 345, a lead of 109. And then from a position last night, overnight, of 132 for 4, leading by 23, it was the Northwest Dragons who collapsed this morning, losing their final 6 wickets for 49ers. That is the winning run from David Beddingham. Just plays it out to Ruan de Swart out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he throws it in underarm, and it's going to be handshakes all round for the players here. Umpire Foslu there, handshake by David Beddingham, and it is a win by 8 wickets for Western Province. They take from this match a good haul of bonus points. It'll take them to first at the moment on the log, pending the end of the Deafbit Warriors and Momentum Multiplied Titans game. Warriors will go ahead of them based on their bonus points. They win there, but the Western Province Blitz, Western Province, not called Blitz anymore, Western Province will be going up to into the top half of the log with this victory. The Dragons will go to 57 points, so Western Province will leapfrog the Dragons after 4 matches in this particular tournament, and depending on the results elsewhere, could mean that Western Province are in amongst the top 3 or 4 spots on the log from 6 at the moment. It's 4 matches, 2 wins and 1 loss and 1 draw in the tournament. The Dragons 3 matches, 1 win and then 1 loss and 2 draws, and a good haul of bonus points for them in some of the other matches. So they end up on 57.08 points. Western Province 65.4 points. And you see the teams coming out there to shake hands. Captain Bjorn Hendricks leading his team out. George Linder, and then Eddie Moore, and then the remainder of the team in the grey training kit for Western Province for this season. And it has been a comprehensive win for the home team, making best use of the home conditions after being asked to field by the Northwest Dragons. And certainly some key performances in this match, being Michael Pretorius and Michael Prince for the Northwest Dragons. Pretorius once again staking a claim for potentially higher honours with his bowling in the first innings, together with his hard-hitting batting. Michael Prince showing what a prospect he is from a Northwest point of view, just in his first season of first-class cricket. Another half-century to his name and 7 catches, equaling the first-class record in the franchise era from 2004-2005 in South African domestic cricket. And the players now will be no doubt mingling on the field down there. It has been a privilege bringing this broadcast on the CSA YouTube channel. A win for Western Province. This broadcast has been brought to you with the visuals and the commentary and scorecards courtesy of Pitch Vision. We really want to thank you for being with us. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and from the production team of Bandile, our producer, Matthew, who's been on camera, and Sherry behind the scenes here, putting together all the scores and making sure that things run smoothly with our producer. We really just want to say thank you for joining us, those that have been with us for the number of days we've been here and have sent through comments. It's always good to hear from you. We really appreciate it. And until the next game, which will be the Western Province match against the Rocks, which will be broadcasting for you from Paarl on the 7th of December. You'll be joining us for that. We really appreciate you joining us for this one. We hope you have a very good weekend going forward. And to all of those of you in South Africa, may we wish you a really good day of reconciliation further. And to those of you that are celebrating over this festive season, maybe wish you a very good festive season ahead. And it's goodbye from us all here at the beautiful Newlands Cricket Ground for today. Thank you for being with us.